Hey there, and welcome to Crime for Sleep. I know you're having trouble falling asleep, so let me keep you company with true crime stories from around the world. Before we dive in, I'm curious, where did you first hear this one? If you enjoy these stories, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Now get comfortable, and let's get into tonight's case. Story 1. The button's satisfying click faded as I withdrew my hand. I felt the slight pressure change, my ears attuned to the usual hum that never came. The air was still, holding the faint metallic scent of the confined space. My breath slowed, aware of the ironic stillness in a place meant for movement. My fingers brushed the cool surface of the panel, but the expected vibration was absent. It was as if the walls themselves held their breath, and in that suspended moment, an inaudible promise of descent lingered unfulfilled. The emergency button glowed red beneath the panel, its surface worn smooth by countless fingers. I wondered how many people had pressed it before me, whether their situations had been genuine emergencies or merely inconveniences like mine. The plastic felt warm under my touch, as if it retained the heat from all those previous moments of panic or frustration. I found myself pressing it harder than necessary, watching the light pulse in response to my pressure. There was something almost hypnotic about that steady crimson beacon, the way it seemed to pulse in rhythm with my heartbeat. The mirrored walls reflected my image back infinitely, creating a tunnel of myself that stretched beyond what the eye could follow. I studied my reflection, noting how the fluorescent lighting cast shadows under my eyes that hadn't been there this morning. The mirrors were spotless, which struck me as odd given the building's general state of disrepair. Someone had been maintaining them with care, polishing them to this perfect clarity. I could see every detail of my face multiplied endlessly, each reflection slightly distorted by the angle, creating a gallery of versions of myself that seemed increasingly unfamiliar the longer I looked. The carpet beneath my feet was that particular shade of burgundy found only in office buildings and hotels, worn thin in the center where countless shoes had shuffled during countless stops. Its pattern was geometric, interlocking diamonds that created an optical illusion when I stared too long. I could feel the slight give under my weight, the padding compressed by years of use. There were stains worked deep into the fibers, dark spots that could have been coffee or something else entirely. I found myself studying them, trying to read stories in their shapes. The silence was becoming oppressive, broken only by the faint whisper of air circulation through hidden vents. I pressed my ear against the wall, listening for any sound of machinery, of gears turning or cables moving. Nothing. The building seemed to have swallowed all sound, creating a vacuum of noise that made my own breathing seem unnaturally loud. I could hear my pulse in my ears, a steady drumming that seemed to grow louder with each passing moment. It reminded me of being underwater, that same muffled quality to everything. The inspection certificate hung in its plastic sleeve, dated from several months ago. The signature was illegible, a scrawl that could have been anyone's name. I wondered about the inspector, whether they had actually tested every system or simply gone through the motions. The paper looked official enough, but something about the formatting seemed off, as if it had been created on someone's home computer rather than printed on proper letterhead. The edges were slightly yellowed, though the date suggested it should still be crisp and white. My phone showed no signal, which wasn't surprising given the building's age and construction. The screen's glow seemed harsh in the enclosed space, casting blue shadows on the walls. I tried calling several times, watching the signal indicator remain stubbornly empty. The battery was at 60%, enough to last for hours if needed. I wondered how long I had been standing here, pressing buttons and waiting. Time seemed elastic in this confined space, minutes stretching like taffy. The control panel fascinated me in its simplicity. Each button was clearly labeled, though the numbers seemed to be in the wrong order. The third floor button was positioned where I would have expected the fourth, and the basement access required a key I didn't possess. I pressed each button methodically, listening for any response from the building's mechanical systems. The buttons had different textures under my fingertips, some smooth, others slightly rough as if they had been replaced at different times. The handrail ran around the perimeter at waist height, its brass surface polished to a warm glow. I gripped it tightly, feeling the metal warm under my palm. There were small dents and scratches in the surface, tiny imperfections that spoke of years of use. I found myself tracing these marks with my finger, wondering about their origins. Some looked deliberate, as if someone had carved them intentionally. Others seemed accidental, the result of keys or jewelry scraping against the metal. The lighting fixture above hummed with a barely perceptible vibration, its fluorescent tubes casting everything in that particular greenish tint that makes everyone look slightly ill. One of the tubes flickered intermittently, creating a strobe effect that was beginning to give me a headache. I wondered when it had last been changed, whether anyone would notice if it burned out completely. The fixture itself was old-fashioned, the kind they don't make anymore, with metal housing that had been painted over several times. The ventilation grate near the ceiling drew my attention with its steady whisper of moving air. The slats were angled to direct airflow downward, and I could feel the slight breeze on my face when I stood directly beneath it. The metal was painted the same institutional beige as the walls, but I could see rust bleeding through at the edges. I wondered about the ductwork behind it, whether it connected to other parts of the building, whether someone could theoretically crawl through it if they were small enough and desperate enough. My watch had stopped working, its hands frozen at 10:47. I couldn't remember when I had last wound it, or even if it was the type that needed winding. The face was scratched, the crystal clouded with age. It had been a gift, though I struggled to remember from whom or for what occasion. The leather band was worn soft and pliable, molded to the shape of my wrist. I found myself staring at it, trying to recall when exactly it had stopped working and why I continued to wear it. The door seam was perfectly straight, so precisely fitted that I couldn't slide even a fingernail into the gap. The metal was brushed steel, fingerprint resistant but not fingerprint proof. I could see the smudges left by previous passengers, overlapping prints that created abstract patterns on the surface. I pressed my palm against the door, feeling for any vibration that might indicate movement in the shaft beyond. The metal was cool and completely still, as if the entire system had been shut down. The floor indicator above the door remained dark, its digital display offering no information about my current location or the system's status. I remembered it working when I first entered, showing each floor as we passed. Now it was blank, a dead screen that reflected my face like a black mirror. I tapped it gently, hoping to coax it back to life, but it remained stubbornly dark. The housing around it was slightly loose, as if someone had been working on it recently. The emergency phone was mounted in a recessed alcove, its receiver heavy in my hand when I lifted it. The cord was coiled and stretched, showing signs of frequent use. I held it to my ear, listening for a dial tone that never came. The earpiece smelled faintly of disinfectant and something else, something organic that I couldn't identify. The mouthpiece was worn smooth, the plastic slightly yellowed with age. I spoke into it anyway, saying hello to the silence, my voice echoing strangely in the confined space. The ceiling tiles were water-stained, in one corner brown rings that suggested a leak somewhere above. The discoloration was old, the edges crisp and defined rather than the fuzzy borders of recent water damage. I wondered what was on the floor above, whether it was another office or perhaps a bathroom. The stains formed patterns that reminded me of topographical maps, elevation lines marking the progress of water through the building's structure. My jacket felt heavier than usual, weighted down by the items in my pockets. I inventoried them mentally: wallet, keys, a few coins, a pen that probably didn't work. Normal things, everyday objects that seemed somehow significant in this suspended moment. The fabric of my jacket was slightly damp with perspiration, though the air in the elevator was cool. I realized I had been holding my breath without knowing it, my body responding to stress in ways my mind hadn't acknowledged. The building's age showed in details that became more apparent the longer I studied them. The baseboards were slightly warped, painted over so many times that the original material was invisible beneath layers of institutional colors. The corners weren't quite square, suggesting the building had settled over the years. There was a craftsmanship to the older elements, a attention to detail that spoke of a different era of construction. The air itself seemed thick, laden with the accumulated presence of everyone who had stood in this space before me. I could almost taste the anxiety of previous passengers, the relief of those who had reached their destinations safely, the frustration of others who had faced similar mechanical failures. The ventilation system circulated these invisible remnants, mixing them with the metallic tang of the elevator's machinery and the faint chemical smell of industrial cleaning products. My shadow on the wall seemed disconnected from my body, falling at an angle that didn't quite match my position. The lighting created multiple shadows, overlapping silhouettes that confused the eye. I moved slightly, watching how the shadows shifted and merged, creating new shapes that seemed almost intentional. It was like watching a puppet show where the puppeteer was invisible and the story unclear. The maintenance panel was secured with screws that looked recently disturbed, their slots showing fresh scratches from a screwdriver. The paint around the edges was chipped, revealing the metal beneath. I wondered what was behind the panel, what systems and circuits controlled this small room's function. The screws were different sizes, as if they had been replaced piecemeal over time rather than all at once during regular maintenance. The silence was becoming a presence unto itself, a weight that pressed against my eardrums and made me hyper-aware of every small sound. The rustle of my clothing seemed amplified, the soft squeak of my shoes on the carpet unnaturally loud. I found myself moving more carefully, trying to minimize noise in a space that seemed to demand reverence for its stillness. The call button outside must have been pressed dozens of times by now, I thought, by people wondering why the elevator wasn't responding to their summons. I imagined them waiting in the hallway, checking their watches, eventually giving up and taking the stairs. The building was only 4 stories, after all. The stairs were probably faster anyway, though I had chosen the elevator out of habit rather than necessity. My reflection in the doors showed a person I barely recognized, someone who looked tired and older than I remembered being. The harsh lighting emphasized every line and shadow, creating a portrait that seemed more honest than flattering. I wondered if this was how others saw me, or if the elevator's mirrors were like funhouse glass, distorting reality in subtle ways that accumulated into a completely different image. The building directory I had consulted before entering was probably outdated, I realized. Half the businesses listed had probably moved or closed, their names persisting on the board long after their departure. The elevator served floors that might now be empty, carrying passengers to destinations that no longer existed. I wondered about the people who had worked in those vanished offices, where they had gone, whether they missed this place. The mechanical room must be somewhere below, I thought, filled with motors and cables and control systems that I couldn't begin to understand. I pictured a basement space filled with humming machinery, banks of switches and indicators that monitored every aspect of the building's operation. Perhaps there was someone down there right now, studying readouts and trying to diagnose the problem that had left me suspended between floors. The warranty sticker on the control panel had been partially peeled away, its edges curled and dirty. What remained was illegible, the printing faded beyond recognition. I wondered about the technicians who had installed these systems, whether they had taken pride in their work or simply rushed through another job. The sticker's adhesive had left a residue that attracted dust and lint, creating a small monument to neglect. My breathing had settled into a rhythm that matched some inaudible pulse in the building itself. The air moved in and out of my lungs with mechanical precision, as if I had become part of the elevator systems. I wondered if this was how the building breathed through its ventilation and elevator shafts, a slow circulation that kept it alive in some architectural sense. The emergency lighting system remained unactivated, suggesting that the building's main power was still functioning normally. The small LED indicators glowed steadily, ready to illuminate escape routes that seemed increasingly theoretical. I wondered about the building's emergency procedures, whether anyone had a plan for situations like this, whether there were protocols that had been forgotten or ignored. The floor beneath my feet transmitted no vibration from the building's other systems, no rumble of HVAC equipment or hum of electrical transformers. It was as if this small room existed in isolation, cut off from the life of the building around it. I pressed my ear to the wall again, listening for any sign of activity beyond these confines, but heard only the sound of my own pulse amplified by the contact. The door's edge bore scuff marks from luggage and equipment, scratches that told stories of move-ins and move-outs, of furniture too large for the space and people too impatient to wait for help. The metal was worn thin in places, revealing the layered construction of the door itself. I traced these marks with my finger, reading the building's history and its accumulated damage. Story 2. It wasn't unusual for the hall light to flicker late at night. The bulb had been finicky for weeks, dimming and brightening as if trying to communicate in some forgotten Morse code. I noticed the front door was ajar again, swaying gently with every stray breeze that found its way inside. The carpet felt colder underfoot near the threshold, as though it had been recently disturbed. I paused, glanced at the empty coat rack, and then continued down the hallway. That was all it took for the light to dim completely. I didn't bother fixing it. The coffee cup sits on the kitchen counter, still warm. I don't remember making coffee. The steam rises in thin spirals, dissipating before reaching the ceiling. My hands shake slightly as I lift it to my lips. The taste is bitter, unfamiliar. I set it down and notice the ring stain on the wood beneath, not from this cup, but from others. Many others. How long have I been making coffee? I don't remember. She always wore that blue sweater on cold mornings, the one with the loose thread at the left cuff that she'd wind around her finger when she was thinking. I can see it now, draped over the back of the dining room chair, exactly where she left it. The thread dangles, waiting for her finger that never comes. I've walked past that chair 17 times since the morning began, but I haven't touched the sweater. It still smells like her perfume, though that should be impossible. The detective's voice echoes in my memory, measured and professional. He asked about routines, about patterns, about the last conversation. I told him we talked about groceries, about the broken fence in the backyard, about nothing important. But I keep remembering fragments of other conversations, ones that happened before or after, or maybe never at all. Her voice saying my name with a question mark at the end, as if she wasn't sure I was really there. I found the notebook yesterday, tucked between the couch cushions. My handwriting fills every page, though I don't recall writing any of it. The entries describe her movements, her schedule, the way she hummed while washing dishes. They read like surveillance notes, clinical and detached. At the bottom of the last page in different ink, someone has written, "You're losing time again." The basement door creaks when the house settles. It's been doing that since we moved in, a sound that becomes part of the background until suddenly it doesn't. Last night I stood at the top of the stairs listening to that creak, wondering if it was the house or something else. The wooden steps are worn smooth in the center, polished by countless trips up and down. I can't remember the last time I went to the basement, but my shoes are caked with dust that could only come from down there. She asked me once if I believed in guilt without memory. We were lying in bed, her voice soft in the darkness. I thought it was a philosophical question, the kind she liked to pose when sleep wouldn't come. Now I understand she was asking something specific, something urgent. My answer was flippant, dismissive. I wish I could take it back, but I can't even remember what I said. The neighbors have started avoiding eye contact. Mrs. Patterson from next door used to wave when she saw me in the yard. Now she hurries inside when I appear, her curtains twitching closed. The mailman leaves packages on the sidewalk instead of bringing them to the door. Even the stray cat that used to sun itself on our porch has found somewhere else to sleep. They know something I don't, or they know something I've forgotten. There are gaps in my memory like missing frames in a film reel. I'll find myself standing in a room with no recollection of walking there. The car keys will be in my pocket, though I don't remember driving anywhere. My clothes smell like rain, but I can't recall being outside. The doctor says it's stress, that trauma can manifest in many ways. He prescribes pills that make everything feel wrapped in cotton, but the gaps remain. Her coffee cup is in the sink now, though I didn't move it. The ceramic is chipped along the rim where she always sipped, a tiny imperfection that made it uniquely hers. I run my finger along the chip and feel something like electricity, a jolt of recognition that fades before I can grasp it. The water in the sink is murky, as if the cup had been there for days rather than hours. I keep finding evidence of conversations I don't remember having. Phone numbers written on scraps of paper in my handwriting. Appointments marked on the calendar in my careful script. A business card for a lawyer tucked into my wallet, creased from handling. When I called the number, the receptionist knew my name, asked if I wanted to reschedule our meeting. I hung up without answering. The police tape is gone from the back gate, but I can see where the adhesive left marks on the wood. They searched the yard, the basement, the crawl space under the house. They found nothing conclusive, the detective said, nothing that pointed in any particular direction. But they kept my shovel, the one with the worn handle that fit my grip perfectly. I wonder what they saw in the dirt clinging to its blade. Sometimes I catch myself talking to her as if she's still here. I'll ask if she wants tea or comment on something I heard on the radio. My voice fills the empty rooms, bouncing off walls that no longer echo with her responses. The silence that follows is thick, accusatory. It's in those moments that I feel most like a stranger to myself, most uncertain of what my hands have done. The dreams are always the same. I'm digging in the backyard, the shovel cutting through earth that seems to resist. She's watching from the kitchen window, her face pale and still. I try to call out to her to explain, but no sound comes. When I wake, my fingernails are dirty, though I scrub them clean before bed. The taste of soil lingers in my mouth like a confession I'm not ready to make. Her absence has weight, substance. It presses against me in the hallway where her coat should hang, in the bathroom where her toothbrush stands alone. I've started leaving her coffee cup unwashed, her place setting on the table, her pillow undisturbed. The house feels like a shrine to someone who might walk through the door at any moment, if only I maintain the illusion carefully enough. The flickering hall light finally burned out completely, leaving me to navigate by memory and the pale glow from the kitchen. In the darkness, I can almost pretend she's still here, moving quietly through rooms I can't see. But when I reach for the light switch, when illumination floods the space, the emptiness is absolute. The truth lives in that brightness, harsh and inescapable. I've been writing in the notebook again, though I don't remember picking up the pen. The words appear in my handwriting, describing things I don't recall observing. They speak of guilt and forgetting, of hands that move without permission, of love that transforms into something unrecognizable. At the bottom of today's entry, in that same different ink, someone has added, "The coffee cup remembers what you cannot." Story 3. I stood motionless by the old window, watching the outside world lose its usual rhythm. The trees swayed in unison with a wind that bore no chill, no scent, just movement. A soft rustle echoed from somewhere unseen, rippling through the leaves but leaving the air inside untouched, heavy. My gaze flitted to the edge of the garden, where the shadows seemed to pool unnaturally, without light to cast them. Minutes stretched into an anxious eternity, each second marked by the absence of any reassuring sound. Just as I began to doubt the reality of my senses, a slight shimmer crossed the periphery of my vision. A curtain inside had shifted slightly, though no breeze had ever entered. The curtain itself demanded attention now, hanging with a peculiar stillness that felt deliberate. Its fabric was pale blue, faded to the color of winter sky, with tiny flowers embroidered along the hem. I remembered selecting it from a catalog years ago, drawn to its promise of bringing tranquility to any room. The woman at the counter had smiled when I made the purchase, commenting on how lovely it would look in morning light. Yet now, as I studied its gentle sway, I couldn't recall ever seeing it move before. The threads along one edge appeared slightly frayed, as though someone had been picking at them nervously, though I had no memory of such a habit. The wooden floor beneath my feet creaked with each subtle shift of weight, a sound that had once been comforting in its familiarity. These were old boards, installed by hands that understood craftsmanship, their grain running in long, unbroken lines toward the far wall. But today the creaking seemed to follow a pattern I didn't recognize, as if the house itself were trying to communicate something urgent. I found myself listening for the specific sequence of sounds my footsteps usually made, the rhythm I had unconsciously memorized over countless mornings. The pattern felt wrong somehow, displaced by a beat or two, like a familiar song played in a different key. A photograph on the side table caught my eye, its silver frame reflecting the strange, sourceless light from outside. The image showed two figures standing beside a lake, their faces turned toward something beyond the camera's reach. I had always assumed one of those figures was me, though the features seemed indistinct now, blurred by time or perhaps by the quality of the print itself. The other person's identity had never been entirely clear, someone important enough to frame but distant enough to forget. Their hand rested on my shoulder, or what I believed to be my shoulder, with a familiarity that suggested deep connection. Yet I couldn't summon the feeling of that touch or the memory of that day by the water. The scent of coffee lingered in the air, though I couldn't remember brewing any that morning. It was a rich, dark aroma that spoke of careful preparation, the kind that required attention to timing and temperature. A white ceramic mug sat on the kitchen counter, its surface still warm to the touch when I finally approached it. The liquid inside was black and perfectly still, reflecting the overhead light like a small, dark mirror. Steam should have been rising from something so warm, yet the surface remained undisturbed. I lifted the mug to my lips and tasted nothing, though the warmth spread through my chest as if I had swallowed something substantial and real. Books lined the shelves along the eastern wall, their spines creating a patchwork of colors and fonts that had once seemed orderly. I remembered organizing them by subject, then by author, then by the emotional response each title evoked. Now they appeared to have reorganized themselves according to some system I didn't recognize. A red leather volume that should have been among the poetry had migrated to the section I reserved for mysteries. Its title was embossed in gold lettering, but the words seemed to shift when I tried to focus on them directly, becoming clear only when glimpsed from the corner of my eye. The book felt heavier than it should when I pulled it from the shelf, and its pages fell open to a passage that had been underlined in pencil, though I had never made a habit of marking my books. The telephone on the small table by the door had been silent for days or perhaps weeks. Its black surface gleamed with the kind of polish that suggested regular use, yet I couldn't recall the last time it had rung or the last conversation I had conducted through its receiver. The cord was coiled neatly beside it, showing no signs of the tangling that usually resulted from frequent handling. When I lifted the handset to check for a dial tone, the silence that greeted me felt deeper than mere absence of sound. It was the kind of quiet that suggested disconnection from something larger, as though the wires that should have carried voices and connection had been severed somewhere beyond my ability to repair them. A mirror hung in the hallway, its surface reflecting the room behind me with perfect clarity. Yet something about the reflection seemed subtly wrong, as though the mirror were showing me a version of the space that didn't quite match the reality I inhabited. The furniture appeared to be in the same positions, the walls the same color, the lighting identical in quality and direction. But the proportions felt different somehow. The distances between objects stretched or compressed in ways that made me question my perception of the actual room. When I moved, my reflection moved with me, but with a slight delay that made me feel as though I were watching someone else attempt to mimic my gestures. The diary I had kept for years lay open on the writing desk, its pages covered with handwriting I recognized as my own. Yet as I read the entries from recent days, the words described experiences I couldn't remember living through. There were accounts of conversations with visitors whose names meant nothing to me, descriptions of trips to places I had never seen, reflections on events that felt like they belonged to someone else's life. The handwriting was undeniably mine. I recognized the particular way I formed certain letters, the slight rightward slant that had been consistent since childhood. But the voice behind the words felt foreign, as though someone had learned to imitate my penmanship while thinking thoughts that were entirely their own. A sweater hung over the back of a chair, its soft wool still holding the shape of shoulders and arms. The color was deep green, a shade I remembered loving for the way it complemented my eyes, though I couldn't recall purchasing this particular garment. Its sleeves showed signs of wear at the cuffs, the kind of fraying that came from months or years of regular use. When I held it up to examine it more closely, I caught a faint scent of perfume that seemed familiar yet impossible to place. The fragrance was floral but complex, with undertones that suggested sophistication and careful selection. It was the kind of scent someone would choose to be remembered by, yet I couldn't attach it to any specific person or occasion. The kitchen window faced west, providing a view of the neighbor's yard that I had observed countless times before. But today the familiar landscape seemed rearranged, as though someone had moved the trees and flower beds during the night. A red bicycle that I remembered seeing regularly was gone, replaced by a small wooden bench that appeared to have been there for years. The fence that divided our properties seemed lower than it had been, or perhaps the perspective from my window had somehow changed. I pressed my face close to the glass, trying to reconcile what I was seeing with what I remembered, but the harder I focused, the more uncertain I became about what the view had looked like before. A set of keys lay on the entry table, their metal surfaces worn smooth by years of handling. I recognized the house key by its distinctive shape, but the others were mysteries to me now. One was small and delicate, the kind that might open a jewelry box or a diary. Another was larger and more substantial, suggesting a door that required extra security. The keyring itself was a simple metal circle, unmarked by any decorative elements that might have provided clues about their origins or purposes. When I picked them up, they felt heavier than they should have, as though each key carried the weight of the secrets it was meant to protect. The basement door stood slightly ajar, revealing a darkness that seemed to extend far beyond what the architecture of the house should have allowed. I had always kept that door closed, partly for practical reasons to prevent heat from escaping to the lower level, but also because something about the space below had always made me uncomfortable. Now, with the door open just a few inches, I could hear sounds that didn't belong to the familiar creaking of old wood or the hum of mechanical systems. They were softer sounds, almost like whispers or the rustling of papers, as though someone were down there organizing documents in the dark. A single glove lay on the floor near the front door, made of soft leather and dyed a deep brown color. It was clearly part of a pair, but its mate was nowhere to be seen. The leather showed signs of careful use, with creases that suggested it had been worn regularly by hands that knew how to treat fine materials with respect. When I picked it up, I noticed that it was sized for hands smaller than mine, yet something about its shape and wear patterns seemed intimately familiar. The inside was lined with silk that had been embroidered with tiny initials in gold thread, but the letters were too faded to read clearly, leaving only the impression of personalization without the ability to identify the person. The clock on the mantelpiece had stopped at an hour that felt significant, though I couldn't remember why that particular time should matter to me. Its hands pointed to positions that created an angle both pleasing and somehow ominous, as though the moment they marked had been deliberately preserved. The clock's face was white porcelain with black numerals, elegant in its simplicity, but the silence where its ticking should have been felt more profound than the absence of any other sound in the house. I had grown accustomed to the rhythm of its mechanical heartbeat, and without it, time itself seemed to have become unreliable, flowing at speeds that bore no relationship to the passage of actual minutes and hours. A half-finished crossword puzzle lay on the coffee table, its squares filled with handwriting that was almost, but not quite, identical to my own. The clues that had been solved revealed a pattern of knowledge and cultural references that seemed to belong to someone with experiences similar to mine, yet different in subtle ways that I couldn't quite articulate. Several answers had been erased and rewritten, suggesting uncertainty or perhaps disagreement between multiple solvers. The pencil beside it was worn down to a stub, its eraser pink and hardened with age, as though this puzzle had been worked on over many sessions, by hands that had grown increasingly frustrated with the challenge. The silence in the house had a texture now, thick and substantial as fabric. It wasn't simply the absence of sound, but something more active, more present, as though quiet itself had become a living thing that breathed and moved through the rooms. I found myself holding my breath at times, not wanting to disturb whatever delicate balance maintained this unnatural hush. Even my heartbeat seemed muffled, as though my body had learned to function more quietly in deference to the house's strange new atmosphere. The silence felt expectant, as though it were waiting for something specific to break it, some particular sound that would restore the world to its proper proportions. A teacup sat on the windowsill, its porcelain surface decorated with painted roses that seemed to shift color depending on the angle of observation. The cup was empty but stained, suggesting it had held something dark and strong. A faint residue clung to the bottom, too little to identify, but enough to suggest that whatever had been consumed from this cup had been important enough to savor slowly. The handle showed wear patterns that indicated regular use by the same person, someone who held cups in a particular way, with specific fingers bearing most of the weight. When I wrapped my own hand around it, the fit felt both foreign and familiar, as though I were trying to inhabit someone else's habits. The garden beyond the window had taken on an artificial quality, its colors too vivid and its arrangement too perfect to be entirely natural. Flowers that should have been wilting in the season's heat stood upright and bright, their petals showing no signs of the wear that time typically inflicted. The grass was uniformly green and evenly trimmed, without the patches of brown or the irregular growth patterns that characterized real lawns. Even the shadows fell in ways that seemed calculated rather than random, creating compositions that were beautiful but somehow wrong, as though someone had replaced the actual garden with a careful replica that missed some essential element of authenticity. A small wooden box sat on the bedroom dresser, its lid carved with intricate patterns that seemed to tell a story I couldn't quite decipher. The wood was dark and smooth, polished by years of handling, and the hinges were brass that had developed the green patina of age. Inside, the box was lined with red velvet that had faded to the color of dried roses. It contained several items that seemed important but whose significance escaped me. A small key that matched none of the locks I could find, a folded piece of paper with writing too faded to read, and a silver locket that opened to reveal two spaces for photographs that were now empty. Each item felt weighted with meaning, yet that meaning remained just beyond my ability to grasp. The staircase to the second floor seemed longer than it had been, its steps multiplied by some architectural impossibility that defied my memory of the house's layout. Each step creaked with a different voice, creating a symphony of wooden protests that sounded almost like words in a language I didn't recognize. The banister was smooth under my palm, worn by countless hands that had used it for support and guidance, yet today it felt different, as though the wood had absorbed something from those previous touches and was now trying to communicate it back through my skin. The shadows between the balusters created patterns that seemed to shift and dance, even though the light source remained constant. A scarf was draped over the bedroom doorknob, its silk fabric shimmering with colors that seemed to exist only in peripheral vision. When I looked directly at it, the scarf appeared to be a simple blue, but when I glanced away and back again, I caught glimpses of gold and green threads woven through the material in patterns too complex to follow. The fabric was cool to the touch despite the warmth of the house, and it carried a scent that was both floral and mysterious, like flowers that bloomed only at night in places I had never been. The way it was tied suggested it had been placed there deliberately, not simply hung for convenience, but as a signal or reminder of something I was supposed to understand. The bathroom mirror reflected not just my face, but something behind it, a presence that became visible only when I wasn't looking for it directly. The reflection showed the familiar features I expected, but the eyes that looked back seemed to belong to someone who had seen things I couldn't remember experiencing. There was a knowledge in that gaze that felt both intimate and foreign, as though I were looking at a version of myself that had lived through events my conscious mind had forgotten or refused to acknowledge. The longer I stared, the more the reflection seemed to develop its own agenda, maintaining eye contact even when I tried to look away, as though it had something urgent to communicate but could only do so through the language of sustained, uncomfortable scrutiny. Story 4. I stood in the hallway, fixated on the ancient clock that had been ticking steadily for years. It should have been a comforting rhythm, but tonight there was an unfamiliar pause between the beats. The soft rustle of leaves outside seemed to seep through the cracks, filling the silence with whispers. The moon cast uneven patterns on the carpet, twisting in the flickering lamplight. My eyes traced the familiar outlines of furniture. Everything was in place, yet everything felt wrong. The air clung heavy and expectant, charging the atmosphere with unspoken tension. Then the clock's pendulum faltered and its shadow drifted, reorienting itself on the wall. It wasn't supposed to do that. The coffee cup sits cold on my kitchen table now, rings of brown staining the white porcelain like evidence I can't wash away. I've been writing in this notebook for 3 weeks, trying to make sense of the pattern. The words blur together sometimes. My handwriting gets smaller when I'm uncertain, and lately it's been microscopic. She always wore that blue sweater on cold mornings. I remember because I noticed everything about her routine. Not in a strange way, you understand. We were neighbors. Neighbors notice things. The detective asked me about the last time I saw her. I told him it was a Tuesday, but I'm not sure anymore. Time has become unreliable since then, folding in on itself like origami made of doubt. I keep replaying that morning, searching for clues I might have missed. Her mailbox overflowed first. Then the newspapers began piling up on her porch like accusations. I should have knocked sooner, should have asked if everything was all right, but you don't want to be that neighbor, the one who pries. The clock stopped completely sometime during the night. I found it silent when I woke, its hands frozen at an hour that makes no sense. I've wound it 3 times since then, but it refuses to keep proper time. Maybe it knows something I don't. I dream about the sound of her vacuum cleaner. She used to run it every morning at the same time, the motor humming through our shared wall. The silence where that sound used to be feels thick enough to cut. In my dreams, the humming never stops. The police found her car in the parking lot of that shopping center across town. Keys still in the ignition, purse on the passenger seat, wallet intact, nothing missing except her. They asked me if she had enemies. I laughed, but it came out wrong, hollow. She was the kind of person who apologized to furniture when she bumped into it. My reflection in the hallway mirror looks different now. Thinner, maybe. Or perhaps it's just the way the light falls since I moved the lamp. I moved it because I couldn't stand the shadows it was casting. They reminded me of things I'd rather not remember. There's a photograph tucked inside this notebook. I took it from her house when the police weren't looking. I know how that sounds, but it's not what you think. She's standing in her garden, smiling at something beyond the camera's frame. Her eyes are bright, alive. I stare at it sometimes, searching for hints of what was coming. The key was under her flower pot, just like she'd mentioned once in passing. Hide a key, she'd said. You never know when you might lock yourself out. But when I used it that day, I wasn't helping her get back in. I was trying to understand why she'd never come home. Her house smelled like vanilla and dust, everything neat, organized, waiting. The bed was made, dishes clean and put away. A half-finished crossword puzzle on the coffee table, pen lying beside it like she just stepped away for a moment. 7 across, vanished without a trace. 6 letters, I couldn't fill it in. The detective has kind eyes but a suspicious mouth. He asks the same questions in different ways, watching my face for tells. I become conscious of my expressions, wondering what they reveal. Sometimes I catch myself practicing normal in the bathroom mirror. I keep thinking about the morning I heard her crying. It was soft, muffled by the wall between our units, but unmistakable. I pressed my ear against the plaster, listening. She was on the phone with someone, her voice breaking over words I couldn't quite make out. I should have knocked then, should have offered help. The clock's shadow still moves wrong, even when the pendulum is still. I've measured it, drawn diagrams, tried to understand the physics of it. But shadows don't lie, and this one keeps pointing toward her door. There's blood on the photograph now, just a small drop from where I bit my nail too close to the quick. It landed right on her smile, and I can't bring myself to clean it off. It seems appropriate somehow, this small violence marring her happiness. The newspapers stopped reporting on her disappearance after the first week. Other stories took precedence, fresher mysteries for people to consume with their morning coffee. But I kept every article, every mention, no matter how small. They're taped to my bedroom wall now, a paper shrine to her absence. I found her diary in the space between her mattress and box spring. The police missed it somehow, though I'm not sure how. Her handwriting is careful, controlled, nothing like my increasingly erratic scrawl. The last entry mentions feeling watched, feeling unsafe. She thought someone was following her. The description she gives could fit anyone, could fit me. I never followed her, not intentionally, but our routines aligned in ways that might have seemed deliberate to someone already afraid. Same grocery store, same walking route, same coffee shop on weekend mornings. Coincidence can look like conspiracy when you're scared enough. The detective came by again yesterday, or maybe it was last week. He wanted to walk through the timeline once more, he said, but his questions felt different this time, more pointed. He asked about my work schedule, my hobbies, whether I owned a camera with a long lens. I don't own a camera at all. Her diary mentions a man in a gray coat. I have a gray coat, had it for years, nothing special about it. But now it hangs in my closet like evidence, and I can't bring myself to wear it. Can't bring myself to throw it away either. The vacuum cleaner is still in her house. I plugged it in once just to hear that familiar hum again, but the sound was wrong, too loud in the empty space. It felt like disturbing a grave. Sometimes I think I see her in crowds, on street corners, in the reflection of shop windows, always just out of focus, always disappearing when I look directly. The detective says this is normal, that the mind creates what it needs to cope. But what if my mind isn't coping? What if it's remembering? The clock started working again this morning, but it's running backward now. I've checked it a dozen times, certain I'm mistaken, but the hands move counterclockwise, counting down to something I don't understand. There are things I haven't told the detective, small things probably meaningless. The way she looked at me that last morning, like she was about to say something important. The sound of her door closing later than usual. The light in her bedroom that stayed on all night. I have her spare key in my pocket now. It's warm against my fingers, worn smooth by her touch. I should give it to the police, but they haven't asked for it. And somehow, holding it makes me feel closer to understanding what happened. The truth sits just beyond my reach, like words on the tip of my tongue. I know more than I'm admitting, even to myself. The notebook is full of half-remembered details, fragments of a story I'm afraid to complete. Her photograph stares at me from across the table, that blood-stained smile both accusing and forgiving. The clock ticks backward on the wall, counting down to a moment I've already lived. And in the growing darkness of another sleepless night, I finally understand why the pendulum's shadow points toward her door. Story 5. My fingers brushed against the familiar fabric as I closed the drawer, feeling the cool metal knob loose in my grasp. The scent of pressed linen mingled with something damp and earthy, as though the air had shifted without moving. A shiver passed down my spine, the kind that leaves a trail of goosebumps in its wake. The room seemed intact, yet every detail felt subtly askew, like a painting hung just off kilter. I hesitated at the threshold, sensing for the first time that the silence carried a weight. Something in the stillness was straining to connect the dots, and for a heartbeat, everything felt foreign. The fabric beneath my fingertips felt wrong, too smooth, too cold. I withdrew my hand and stared at the drawer, wondering when I had started checking it daily. When had this ritual begun? She had worn blue that morning, or was it gray? Memory shifts like water through cupped hands, and I find myself questioning even the simplest details. The woman who disappeared from the apartment above mine, her name escapes me now, though I spoke it countless times to the officers who came and went like seasonal rain. I remember her footsteps, the particular rhythm of her morning routine filtering through my ceiling at precisely 7:15 each day. The soft thud of her bedroom slippers crossing hardwood, the gentle percussion of her coffee ritual, the brief silence before her shower began. Then nothing. The detective's voice had been patient, measured. When did you last see her? I had tried to recall, standing in my kitchen, looking up at the water stain that had appeared on my ceiling weeks before her disappearance. The stain shaped like a bird in flight, or perhaps a hand reaching. Tuesday evening, I had said. She was carrying groceries. But was it Tuesday? The days blend together when you work from home, when the only marker of time passing is the sound of other people's lives above and around you. The drawer slides open again under my touch. I don't remember deciding to open it. Inside, the same collection of items I've examined hundreds of times. A spare key she had given me for emergencies, a grocery list written in her careful script, a receipt from the hardware store dated 3 days before she vanished. The receipt, I lifted, studying the faded ink, rope, plastic sheeting, a small padlock. Home improvement project, she had explained when I asked about the delivery truck parked outside. Her smile had seemed genuine then. Now I wonder if I invented that smile, if memory has painted warmth where there was only politeness. The building's superintendent had been dismissive when I first expressed concern. People leave, he said, not looking up from his newspaper. Happens all the time. But people don't leave their keys behind. People don't abandon houseplants that need daily watering. People don't disappear in the middle of preparing dinner, leaving a half-chopped onion on the cutting board and the stove still warm. I had found these details later when the police finally agreed to check her apartment. By then, 3 days had passed. 3 days of her plants wilting, her milk souring, her absence settling into the building's rhythm like a discordant note. I closed the drawer and moved to the window. From here, I can see the dumpster where they found her purse, empty except for loose change and a library card. No identification, no credit cards, no phone. The purse had been placed, not thrown, positioned carefully on top of other garbage as if meant to be discovered. This detail troubles me more than I can articulate. The deliberateness of it suggests planning, consideration, time. Her apartment remains sealed, though I know the investigation has stalled. The police speak in past tense now when they update me, their interest cooling with each passing week. Missing persons become cold cases, become forgotten names in filing cabinets. But I remember the sounds that came through my ceiling that final night. Not footsteps, something heavier, more deliberate. The scraping of furniture being moved. A muffled thump that made me pause in my reading, looking up at that bird-shaped stain. I had convinced myself it was nothing unusual. People rearrange furniture. People drop things. People live their lives in ways that create noise. The grocery list in my drawer mentions items she never purchased. The receipt shows items not on her list. These contradictions circle in my mind like water around a drain, pulling me deeper into questions that have no comfortable answers. I had offered to help her carry groceries that final evening. She had declined with a shake of her head, her dark hair catching the hallway light. Or was her hair brown? The fluorescent bulb above our mailboxes cast everything in sickly yellow, making colors uncertain. "I can manage," she had said, "or perhaps I'll manage." The distinction feels important now, though I cannot say why. The hardware store receipt troubles me most. I have walked past that store countless times, noting its dusty windows and sparse inventory. The kind of place that survives on location rather than selection. Why would someone choose to shop there when larger stores offer better prices and variety? Unless proximity mattered, unless the shopping had been urgent, unplanned. Unless someone else had made the purchases. I find myself studying the handwriting on the grocery list, comparing it to my memory of her signature on package delivery receipts. The letters seem familiar yet foreign, like a voice heard through water. Memory plays tricks, I know this. The mind fills gaps with assumption, creates patterns where none exist. But the R in rice curves differently than I remember her writing. The M in milk lacks the careful precision I associated with her script. The night sounds have changed since her disappearance. The building settles differently now, creaks in new places, whispers through walls in altered frequencies. Or perhaps I simply listen more carefully, attentive to absences where presence once provided comfort. Her shower no longer runs at 8:30 each evening. Her television no longer murmurs through my bedroom wall. Her phone no longer rings with the particular tone I had grown accustomed to hearing through our shared wall. These missing sounds create a negative space that feels heavier than noise ever did. I spoke with her sister once after the initial police interviews. A woman who shared her voice but not her mannerisms, who spoke of someone I barely recognized despite months of proximity. She was planning to move, the sister had said, looking for somewhere quieter, safer. This information struck me as impossible. She had recently renewed her lease, had mentioned plans to repaint the kitchen, had adopted a cat that required a pet deposit. People planning to move do not make such commitments. Unless the plans were sudden, unless circumstances changed quickly. Unless the sister was mistaken, or lying, or protecting something I couldn't understand. The cat had been the first sign something was wrong. A small orange tabby that appeared in the hallway outside her door, mewing with increasing desperation. I had fed it, assuming she was away for the weekend. When the weekend stretched into a week, I contacted the building management. The cat now lives with a family across town. I visit occasionally, drawn by some need to maintain connection to her final normal act. The adoption of this small creature, the optimism implied in taking responsibility for another life. The cat doesn't remember her, shows no recognition when I speak her name. Animals live in present tense, unburdened by the weight of memory and speculation that occupies my thoughts. The water stain on my ceiling has grown larger, darker. I've reported it multiple times, but the superintendent claims there's no source of moisture in the vacant apartment above. Pipes have been checked, seals examined, yet the stain spreads like spilled ink across plaster. Sometimes I stand beneath it, looking up, wondering if water remembers the shape of what it carries. If moisture can hold impressions the way fabric holds scent, the way wood holds scratches, the way memory holds fragments of truth mixed with invention. I dream of her footsteps now, the same rhythm that once marked my mornings, but slower, heavier, accompanied by sounds I cannot identify. In these dreams, she moves through rooms I have never seen, carrying objects I cannot name, speaking words I cannot quite hear. I wake with the taste of copper in my mouth, and the feeling that something important has slipped away with consciousness. The dreams leave residue like smoke, present but intangible, meaningful but incomprehensible. The receipt from the hardware store is dated but not time-stamped. The items purchased suggest preparation, planning, purpose, but for what project, what need, what outcome? I have walked through the store, retracing what I imagine were her steps. The rope hangs in neat coils near the back. The plastic sheeting rustles with each air current from the heating system. The padlocks gleam behind their security glass, small and silver and final. The clerk doesn't remember her, doesn't remember the transaction. Claims the receipt could belong to anyone, that these items are commonly purchased together for storage, construction, organization. But his eyes shift when he speaks, focusing somewhere beyond my shoulder, and I wonder what he chooses not to remember. I have become someone who notices details that once passed unremarked, the way shadows fall differently in the hallway now, the particular quality of silence that fills her absent apartment, the subtle shift in air pressure when I pass her door. These observations feel both crucial and meaningless, like studying the individual trees while the forest burns around you. Each detail seems to promise revelation while delivering only deeper confusion. Her spare key sits in my drawer, cold and purposeless. I have never used it, never crossed the threshold into her private space, even when the police invited me to identify anything unusual or missing. Some boundaries once crossed cannot be uncrossed. Some knowledge once gained cannot be forgotten. I preferred the version of her I knew through sounds and brief hallway encounters to whatever truth her personal space might reveal. Now I wonder if this reluctance was wisdom or cowardice. If my respect for her privacy contributed to her disappearance by allowing something to remain hidden that should have been exposed. The grocery list includes items she had never purchased before, according to my careful observation of her weekly shopping patterns. Unusual spices, unfamiliar brands, quantities that seemed excessive for a single person. Had her tastes changed? Had someone else influenced her choices? Had the list been written by different hands entirely? I compare the handwriting to my own, wondering if desperation has led me to create evidence where none exists. The mind seeks patterns, finds connections, builds narratives from coincidence and fear. But the discrepancies remain, small and persistent and troubling. The building's security cameras had malfunctioned the week she disappeared. Not unusual, according to the management company. The system was old, unreliable, scheduled for replacement. Convenient timing, the detective had noted without emphasis. But convenience and conspiracy often wear the same face, and distinguishing between them requires certainty I do not possess. I have learned to live with uncertainty, to carry questions that have no answers, to accept that truth sometimes dissolves before it can be grasped. Standing at my window now, watching evening settle over the neighborhood, I touch the drawer handle again. The metal has warmed under my repeated contact, no longer shocking my fingertips with its coldness. Inside, her key catches the fading light. The grocery list rustles slightly in the air current from my heating vent. The receipt bears witness to purchases made for purposes I may never understand. These objects have become relics of a mystery that refuses resolution, artifacts of a disappearance that grows more abstract with each passing day. They anchor me to questions that float just beyond comprehension, tethering me to someone who may have been exactly who she seemed or someone entirely different. I closed the drawer softly, feeling the loose knob turn under my palm. Tomorrow I will open it again, examining the same items, hoping for revelation that never comes. The water stain above spreads in directions I cannot predict, following paths through plaster and paint that obey rules I do not understand. Like memory, like truth, like the space between what happened and what I can prove, it expands beyond the boundaries I would set for it. In the growing darkness, I wonder if she planned her disappearance or became its victim. If the items in my drawer tell a story of preparation or evidence of something more sinister. If my daily ritual of examination brings me closer to understanding or deeper into delusion. The questions multiply like shadows, each answer birthing new uncertainties, until I can no longer distinguish between what I know and what I fear, between memory and imagination, between the woman who lived above me and the mystery she became. The silence carries its weight, and I carry mine, and somewhere between them lies a truth that may be too fragmented to ever assemble into wholeness. Story 6. It hummed softly, the unmistakable sound of rubber wheels gliding over a polished floor, a sound that didn't belong in this still, cluttered attic. The light was dim, filtering through dusty skylights, and my eyes caught the faint outlines of forgotten boxes and old furniture. Yet the humming persisted, a rhythmic shushing that drew me further into the room. Each step seemed to echo that sound, like a memory-seeking form. My fingertips brushed against the surface of an ancient trunk, its leather straps worn and brittle. The hum intensified, a tether pulling at a half-formed recollection that remained just out of reach. A chill slithered up my spine, the air shifted, and I knew I couldn't leave it unheard. I had come up here to settle my grandmother's estate, nothing more. The house had been empty for months since she'd passed, and family members had been putting off this final task of sorting through decades of accumulated belongings. The attic was supposed to be the easiest part, just old furniture and seasonal decorations that nobody wanted anymore. The wheelchair had been my grandmother's in her final months. That's what made sense anyway. The sound I kept hearing was clearly the memory of those wheels moving across the hardwood floors downstairs, where she'd spent her last bedridden weeks. The mind plays tricks when you're surrounded by the possessions of the deceased. Every creak becomes a footstep, every settling beam becomes a whisper. I found the wheelchair tucked behind a stack of holiday boxes, its chrome frame dulled with dust but otherwise pristine. The seat cushion still held the impression of someone's weight, and when I ran my hand across the armrest, my fingers came away clean in one particular spot, as if someone had been gripping it recently. That's when the rational explanation solidified in my mind. My cousin had been helping with grandmother's care in those final weeks. She must have brought the wheelchair up here after the funeral, probably couldn't bear to look at it anymore. The sound I kept hearing was just the house settling, combined with my own emotional response to being surrounded by reminders of loss. But something felt wrong about the wheelchair's position. It faced the small attic window that looked out over the backyard, as if someone had been sitting there, watching. The window was too clean for an attic that hadn't been disturbed in months, and there were faint marks on the dusty floor, parallel lines that could have been wheel tracks leading from the wheelchair to the staircase. I tried to remember the last time I'd visited grandmother while she was still alive. She'd been weak then, barely able to speak above a whisper, but I could swear she'd mentioned something about the attic, about needing to check on something up there. At the time, I'd assumed it was confusion brought on by her medication. The more I stood in that dim space, the more details seemed to shift around me. The trunk I'd touched earlier, I could have sworn it was closed when I first saw it, but now the lid was slightly ajar. Inside, I glimpsed what looked like medical supplies, bottles of pills, syringes still in their sterile packaging, and a small notebook with handwriting I didn't recognize. My hands trembled as I opened the notebook. The entries were dated from grandmother's final weeks, but the handwriting was too steady, too controlled to be hers. Someone had been documenting something: dosages, times, reactions. The clinical precision of it made my stomach turn. Yet even as I read those pages, another version of events began to surface in my mind like a photograph developing in chemicals. Flashes of memory that didn't quite fit the timeline I'd constructed. I remembered my cousin's nervousness during the funeral, how she'd insisted on handling all the medical equipment herself, how she'd been so quick to volunteer for the overnight care shifts when everyone else was exhausted. The wheelchair's position suddenly made terrible sense. Someone had been coming up here, sitting by that window, watching the driveway for visitors, making sure they had enough warning to get back downstairs and assume their role as the devoted caregiver. But then the rational voice in my head pushed back. Grief makes people paranoid. It makes us see conspiracies where there are only coincidences. My cousin had been genuinely devoted to grandmother's care. Everyone in the family had commented on her dedication. The notebook could have belonged to any of the nurses or medical professionals who'd been in and out of the house. I closed the notebook and tried to focus on the task at hand. There were boxes to sort through, decisions to make about what to keep and what to donate. But every few minutes, I'd hear that humming sound again, and I'd find myself looking back at the wheelchair. The afternoon light was fading, casting longer shadows across the attic floor. In that shifting illumination, I noticed something else, a small stain on the floorboards near where the wheelchair sat, dark, roughly circular, about the size of a coffee cup. When I knelt down to examine it more closely, I caught a faint chemical smell, medicinal and sharp. My phone buzzed with a text message. It was from my cousin, asking how the attic cleanup was going, whether I'd found anything interesting up there. The timing felt too coincidental, as if she knew exactly what I was doing at that moment, as if she'd been waiting for this day, wondering when someone would finally venture into the attic and discover what she'd left behind. But that was paranoid thinking. She texted me earlier that morning to wish me luck with the cleanup. It was natural for her to follow up, to show continued interest in settling grandmother's affairs. I started to text back a casual response, but my fingers hesitated over the screen. In the growing darkness of the attic, surrounded by the detritus of a long life, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was missing something crucial. The wheelchair, the notebook, the clean window, the mysterious stain, they could all be innocent coincidences, or they could be pieces of a puzzle I was afraid to complete. The humming sound came again, clearer this time, and I realized it wasn't coming from my memory at all. It was coming from somewhere else in the house, from the floors below. Soft rubber wheels moving across hardwood, the same rhythm I'd been hearing all afternoon. My breath caught in my throat as I crept toward the attic stairs. The sound was definitely coming from downstairs, moving slowly through the empty rooms. But that was impossible. I was alone in the house, had been alone all day. I'd locked the doors when I arrived that morning. Unless someone else had a key, unless someone had been waiting for me to come here, had been watching the house, knowing that eventually someone would have to deal with grandmother's belongings. Someone who needed to retrieve something they'd left behind, something they couldn't risk being discovered. I descended the stairs as quietly as possible, my heart hammering against my ribs. The humming had stopped, but I could feel a presence in the house, a subtle shift in the air that suggested I was no longer alone. In the hallway outside grandmother's bedroom, I found fresh wheel marks in the dust that had accumulated on the hardwood floors. But when I reached the bottom of the stairs and looked around the main floor, there was nothing. No wheelchair, no intruder, no sign that anyone had been there. The front door was still locked, the windows still latched from the inside. I was alone with my racing pulse and the growing certainty that something in this house was very wrong. I returned to the attic with new urgency, determined to examine every piece of evidence more carefully. The notebook, when I read it again by flashlight, seemed to tell two different stories depending on how I interpreted the clinical notations. They could document careful medical care, or they could document something far more sinister. The wheelchair remained by the window, silent and still, but somehow accusatory. I sat in it, trying to understand what someone might have been watching for from this vantage point. The backyard was visible, along with the driveway and the street beyond. It would be the perfect surveillance post for someone who needed to monitor comings and goings. As darkness fell completely, I found myself trapped between two versions of the truth, unable to commit fully to either one. The evidence could support the story of a devoted caregiver who'd simply been thorough in documenting medical care. Or it could support something much darker, a story of opportunity and calculated patience, of someone who'd been waiting for the perfect moment to act. The humming sound returned one final time as I prepared to leave the attic, but now I couldn't tell if it was real or imagined, memory or present reality. The wheelchair remained motionless, yet somehow I felt certain it would be in a different position when I returned tomorrow. I locked the house behind me, but I knew I'd be back. The questions that had taken root in that dusty attic wouldn't let me rest until I found answers, or until I accepted that some truths are destined to remain forever suspended between possibility and proof, between the story we tell ourselves and the story that refuses to be silenced. Story 7. The clock's hands ticked forward without the familiar hum accompanying each movement. I brushed my fingertips along the smooth surface of the table, only to discover faint impressions that shifted under my touch as if avoiding contact. Around the room, familiar objects seemed to breathe in unison, a collective exhale I couldn't place. The comforting creak of the floor failed to echo back, leaving behind a stillness that pressed against my temples. As I turned to look out the window, the reflection in the glass didn't meet my gaze. It looked past, into a corner I hadn't seen. A breath caught in the back of my throat, realizing something had changed. The clock continued its silent march, but time felt wrong. I know now that it began before I understood what I was seeing. The awareness crept in through the periphery of ordinary moments, the way shadows lengthen without you noticing until suddenly the room has grown dark. There was no single revelation, no dramatic unveiling of truth, just the gradual recognition that the person I lived with had become someone I didn't recognize. The coffee cup still sits on the counter where it was left that morning. The lipstick stain on the rim has faded to a pale pink ghost, but I can't bring myself to wash it. Not yet. It represents the last normal moment before everything shifted, before I began questioning the weight of every word, the meaning behind every gesture. I remember standing in the kitchen watching steam rise from my own cup when I heard the conversation through the thin wall. The voice I knew so well, but the tone was different, careful, measured in a way that suggested practice. The words themselves were innocent enough, something about meeting a colleague, about staying late to finish a project. But there was something underneath, a current of deception that made my skin prickle with recognition. Or maybe I imagined it. That's what I tell myself now, in the quiet hours when doubt creeps in like fog. Memory is unreliable, I know this. We reconstruct our past through the lens of our present understanding, coloring events with knowledge that came later. but the feeling remains, that subtle shift in the atmosphere of our home, as if someone had rearranged the furniture while we slept. The photograph still sits on the mantel, the one from our trip to the coast. We're both smiling, arms around each other, the ocean stretched endlessly behind us. But now when I look at it, I see things I missed before. The way the smile doesn't quite reach those familiar eyes, the slight tension in the shoulders as if preparing to step away. Or am I projecting, reading significance into shadows that were always there? I've studied that photograph for hours, searching for clues I might have overlooked. The timestamp shows it was taken in the afternoon, but I remember the light being different, softer, more forgiving. In the background, there's another figure, blurred by distance and motion. I never noticed them before, but now they seem central to the composition, a third presence that changes everything about that moment. The phone records told a story I didn't want to read. Numbers I didn't recognize, calls made at odd hours, messages deleted before I could see them. But even this evidence felt somehow unreliable, open to interpretation. Work contacts, family emergencies, the mundane communications of daily life, all of it could be explained away. Yet the pattern emerged like a constellation, points of light that formed a shape I couldn't ignore. I found myself checking the phone while they slept, memorizing numbers, noting the frequency of contact. The behavior felt foreign to me, as if I were watching someone else commit these small betrayals of trust. But once I started, I couldn't stop. Each new discovery demanded another search, another violation of privacy that brought me closer to a truth I wasn't sure I wanted to find. The receipts were harder to dismiss. Dinners for two at restaurants we'd never been to together. Movie tickets purchased in pairs. Small expenditures that painted a picture of a parallel life, one that existed in the spaces between our shared moments. I arranged them chronologically on the dining room table, creating a timeline of deception that stretched back further than I'd imagined. But even then, doubt lingered. Credit card fraud was common, identity theft a daily occurrence. These charges could belong to someone else entirely, a stranger using stolen information to fund their romance. I wanted to believe this explanation, clung to it even as the evidence mounted. The alternative was too devastating to accept, too complete a revision of everything I thought I knew. Sleep became elusive. I would lie awake listening to the rhythm of breathing beside me, analyzing each pause, each shift in position. The familiar sounds of the house at night took on new significance. Footsteps in the hallway could be someone leaving or returning or simply moving through the darkness for innocent reasons. The front door opening might be the wind or a cat or something else entirely. I began to catalog these nocturnal disturbances, keeping a notebook by the bed to record times and sounds. The act of documentation gave me a sense of control, as if by observing and recording I could make sense of the chaos in my mind. But the entries were fragmentary, influenced by dreams and half-sleep, unreliable witnesses to events that may not have occurred at all. The confrontation, when it finally came, was nothing like I'd imagined. No dramatic accusations, no tearful confessions, just a quiet conversation over breakfast, words chosen carefully, responses measured and calm. The truth emerged slowly, reluctantly, like water seeping through a crack in a dam. Yes, there had been someone else. Yes, it had been going on for months. No, it didn't mean what I thought it meant. But what did it mean? That question haunts me still, echoes through the empty rooms of this house that no longer feels like home. The explanations offered were reasonable, logical even. A friendship that had evolved beyond its boundaries, emotional support during a difficult time, nothing physical, nothing that threatened what we had built together. Just human connection, the kind that everyone needs and deserves. I wanted to believe it, part of me still does, but the doubt has taken root, growing like a vine through the foundation of everything I thought was solid. Each reassurance feels calculated, each gesture of affection performed rather than felt. The very air between us has changed, charged with unspoken questions and incomplete answers. The other person remains a mystery, a shadow figure whose presence I feel but never see. Sometimes I imagine passing them on the street, recognizing something in their face or posture that would confirm my suspicions. Other times I wonder if they exist at all, if the entire situation is a construction of my paranoid mind, a fiction created to explain away the natural drift that occurs in any long relationship. I've driven past the restaurant where those dinners allegedly took place, circling the block like a detective on surveillance. The windows are tinted, the interior invisible from the street. I could go inside, ask questions, show photographs, but what would that accomplish? Either I would find confirmation of my fears, or I would find nothing, and both outcomes feel equally devastating. The uncertainty is perhaps worse than knowledge would be. It leaves room for hope and despair to coexist, for love and betrayal to occupy the same space in my heart. I find myself analyzing every interaction, searching for signs of deception or proof of innocence, but the truth remains elusive, shifting like smoke whenever I try to grasp it. Friends have offered advice, suggested counseling, recommended private investigators who could provide the answers I seek. But I resist these solutions, afraid of what they might reveal. Some truths are too large to bear, too complete in their destruction of the world we've built. Better to live with questions than to face answers that would make continuing impossible. The house feels different now, charged with secrets and suspicion. Rooms that once felt warm and welcoming now seem to harbor shadows, corners where whispered conversations might have taken place, surfaces that might have been touched by unfamiliar hands. I find myself cleaning obsessively, as if I could scrub away the uncertainty along with the dust and fingerprints. At night, I return to the photograph on the mantel, studying it by lamplight for clues I might have missed. The faces smile back at me, frozen in a moment that felt real at the time but now seems carefully constructed. Were we happy then, or were we already pretending? Had the deception already begun, or am I reading the present back into the past, contaminating memory with current pain? The blurred figure in the background has become my obsession. I've enlarged the image, adjusted the contrast, tried every technique I can think of to bring that shadow into focus. But it remains stubbornly indistinct, a human shape that could be anyone or no one, significant or meaningless depending on the story I choose to tell myself. Sometimes I think I should leave, pack my belongings, and start over somewhere new, away from the weight of these questions and the suffocating atmosphere of doubt. But leaving would mean accepting defeat, admitting that the relationship I fought so hard to build was based on foundations too weak to support the truth. And what if I'm wrong? What if my suspicions are the product of an overactive imagination, fear masquerading as intuition? The clock on the mantel continues its silent progression, marking time that feels suspended between past and future. Each tick represents another moment of uncertainty, another opportunity for revelation or disappointment. I've stopped winding it, letting it run down naturally, as if its stopping might somehow resolve the questions that plague my waking hours. But time doesn't stop, regardless of what our instruments record. It flows around us like water, carrying away the moments of clarity and leaving behind only the sediment of doubt. I understand now that some mysteries are designed to remain unsolved, that the human heart is too complex for simple answers or easy explanations. The coffee cup on the counter has grown cold, the lipstick stain fading to nothing. Soon I'll have to wash it, return it to the cabinet with the others, erasing this last physical reminder of the morning when everything changed. But not yet. For now, it serves as a monument to the moment before I began to question everything, a shrine to the innocence I may never recover. I brush my fingertips along the smooth surface of the table, feeling for impressions that might tell me something new, some detail I've overlooked in my obsessive reconstruction of events. The wood is silent, keeping its secrets, offering no comfort to my searching hands. Around me, familiar objects maintain their vigil, breathing in rhythm with my own uncertain heartbeat. The clock's hands have moved forward, still without their familiar hum marking time that feels wrong, suspended between truth and fiction, between love and betrayal, between the person I was and the person I'm becoming. The reflection in the window still looks past me, into corners I haven't seen, searching for answers that may not exist. And I realize now that something has changed, something fundamental and irreversible. Not just in my relationship, not just in my understanding of the person I share my life with, but in me. I've become someone who questions everything, who sees deception in shadows and finds meaning in meaningless details. Whether this transformation is justified or the product of paranoid delusion, I may never know. The clock continues its silent march, and time still feels wrong. Story 8. The clock on the wall ticked twice, then paused mid-beat. Morning dripped into the room through the blinds, a fractured light pooling unevenly on the hardwood floor. Every tick that followed seemed just a half-second off, disrupting the cadence I knew too well. My footsteps landed differently, softer, as if the floor absorbed the weight without complaint. Patterns I'd traced 1,000 times felt disordered, swaying out of sequence. Forgotten warmth lingered on the edge of the couch, as if an echo of me had been waiting there. I moved to retrieve the morning paper, but my hand met only the cool, undisturbed surface of the table. A day had passed. Impossibly, 2 newspapers lay crisply together. The nausea comes in waves, rolling through my chest like something alive and searching. It's not the kind that threatens to empty your stomach, it's deeper, more patient. A persistent wrongness that settles behind my ribs and refuses to name itself. I've been carrying it for weeks now, maybe months. Time has become unreliable, elastic in ways that make me question the very concept of sequence. My fingers trace the edge of the newspaper, feeling for something I can't identify. The headlines blur together, words swimming like tadpoles across the page. There's a photograph of a woman's face, smiling, but when I blink and look again, it's just an advertisement for kitchen appliances. The disconnect makes my throat tighten. I remember sitting in a car, engine running, watching steam rise from a coffee cup balanced on the dashboard. The radio played something soft and forgettable. Through the windshield, I could see a building red brick, unremarkable, with windows that reflected nothing but gray sky. Someone was supposed to meet me there, or maybe I was supposed to meet them. The distinction feels important now, though at the time it didn't matter. The coffee had grown cold by the time I realized I'd been waiting in the wrong place. Or the right place at the wrong time. Or perhaps the right place at the right time, but for the wrong reason. My reflection in the bathroom mirror this morning looked unfamiliar, not in any dramatic way, but in the subtle wrongness of a photograph taken at an odd angle. The same face, the same features, but somehow rearranged by invisible degrees. I found myself touching my cheek, confirming the reality of bone beneath skin. The gesture felt borrowed, as if I were imitating someone else's habit of self-reassurance. Water ran from the faucet in a steady stream, and I watched it spiral down the drain with unusual fascination. The sound it made, a whispered rushing, reminded me of something. A voice, maybe, or breathing. Heavy breathing in a confined space, the kind that fogs windows and leaves evidence of presence long after the moment has passed. There was a room, small, windowless, with walls painted an institutional green that seemed designed to discourage lingering. I remember fluorescent lights humming overhead, casting everything in harsh, unflattering clarity. A metal table stood in the center, its surface scratched and worn smooth by countless hands. I sat across from someone whose face refuses to solidify in my memory, features shifting like smoke every time I try to focus. They asked questions, I answered them. The exchange felt rehearsed, though I couldn't remember preparing for it. My voice sounded strange in that space, flattened by the acoustics into something barely recognizable as my own. The person across from me nodded at intervals, making notes on a yellow pad with a pen that clicked rhythmically whenever they paused to think. "Tell me about the night in question," they said, or something like that. The exact words have dissolved, leaving only the shape of their intention. But which night? There were so many nights, blending together like watercolors in rain. I told them about walking through empty streets, streetlights creating pools of amber that I moved between like stepping stones. The air had been thick, almost tactile, carrying scents of cooling asphalt, and something else, something organic and slightly sweet that made me quicken my pace without understanding why. I remember a door, blue paint peeling in long strips, revealing gray wood underneath. The brass handle was loose, wobbling when touched. I stood before it for what felt like hours, though it might have been minutes. Time had begun its elastic tricks even then, stretching and compressing according to rules I couldn't grasp. Did I knock? Did someone answer? The sequence fractures here, splitting into parallel possibilities that refuse to resolve into a single truth. In one version, the door opened before I could decide whether to approach. In another, I turned away and walked back the way I'd come. In a third, I never arrived at all, spending the entire night in my car, radio playing, coffee growing cold, waiting for courage that never materialized. The person in the green room wrote something on their pad. The scratching of pen on paper seemed unnaturally loud, each stroke carving itself into my memory with surgical precision. They looked up, and for a moment their face almost came into focus, almost, but not quite, like trying to remember a dream upon waking. "What did you see when you went inside?" they asked. But I hadn't gone inside, had I? The question implied knowledge I didn't possess, suggested actions I couldn't recall taking. Yet something in my chest responded with recognition, a flutter of familiarity that made my palms damp. Inside was darkness at first, then gradual adjustment as shapes emerged from shadow. Furniture arranged with careful precision. A living room that felt staged, as if designed for observation rather than habitation. Everything clean, everything in its proper place, everything wrong in ways I couldn't articulate. The silence had weight pressing against my eardrums until I could hear my own heartbeat. Each footstep on the carpeted floor seemed to echo despite the impossibility. I moved through the space like a sleepwalker, guided by instinct toward something I couldn't name. A photograph sat on a side table, facing away from the room. When I turned it around, the glass was cracked in a spider web pattern that made the image underneath impossible to decipher. But I knew the face it contained, knew it with the certainty of recognition that bypasses conscious thought. My coffee cup sits before me now, steam rising in lazy spirals that remind me of smoke or breath, or the way heat shimmers above summer pavement. The liquid has grown cold while I've been remembering, though I can't say how long I've been sitting here. The newspapers remain where I found them, 2 days collapsed into one impossible moment. The phone rang while I was in that house. Or maybe it rang while I was sitting in my car, deciding whether to approach the blue door. Or perhaps it's ringing now, and everything else is just the elaborate construction of a mind unwilling to face the present moment. The sound cuts through memory like a blade, sharp and insistent. I didn't answer, couldn't answer. My hands wouldn't obey the simple command to reach and lift. The ringing continued until it stopped, leaving behind a silence more profound than what had come before. In that quiet, I could hear other sounds breathing that wasn't mine, movement from rooms I couldn't see, the whisper of fabric against skin. Someone was there with me, or had been there, or would be there in some future version of events that was simultaneously past and present. The certainty of their presence made my skin crawl with invisible insects, made me want to scrub myself clean with steel wool and harsh soap. The person in the green room leaned forward, their shadow falling across the metal table between us. You found something, didn't you? Found something, lost something, the distinction blurred like everything else, meaning and its absence trading places with dizzying frequency. I had been looking for something, though I couldn't remember what, or I had been avoiding something which amounted to the same thing in reverse. The search and the flight became identical actions, mirror images of the same desperate motion. In the house, if I had been in the house, if the house existed outside the fever dream of my reconstructed memory, I discovered a door I hadn't noticed before. Smaller than the others, tucked beneath a staircase like an architectural afterthought. The handle turned easily, too easily, as if it had been waiting for my touch. Beyond was darkness so complete it seemed solid. I reached into it with one hand, fingers extended, expecting to touch a wall or shelf. Instead, I found space, air, the suggestion of depth that made my stomach lurch with vertigo. Something brushed against my fingertips, soft, yielding, warm with retained heat. I jerked back, but the sensation lingered on my skin like a brand. The darkness seemed to pulse with hidden life, breathing in rhythm with something I couldn't see. I wanted to flee, but my feet had grown roots, anchoring me to the spot with inexplicable determination. The yellow pad in the green room filled with writing I couldn't read from my side of the table. The person across from me worked with methodical precision, recording details I wasn't sure I had provided. Their pen moved in patterns that seemed too complex for simple note-taking, creating shapes that might have been words or might have been something else entirely. "How long were you there?" they asked without looking up. Forever, no time at all. The question assumed linear progression, cause following effect in orderly succession. But that night, whichever night it was, whenever it had been operated according to different rules, I might have stood in that doorway for seconds or hours. I might have entered the dark space beyond, might have discovered what waited in its depths. I might have fled immediately, leaving the door open behind me like a wound in the house's careful facade. All versions felt equally true, equally false. Memory had become unreliable, editing itself with each recollection until the original event lay buried beneath layers of revision and doubt. What remained was sensation without context, emotion divorced from its source, the persistent wrongness that had taken up residence in my chest. The newspapers rustle when I touch them, dry leaves whispering secrets in a language I almost understand. Headlines speak of things that happened or might happen, events suspended in the amber of possibility. I scan the text looking for something specific, though I can't say what. A name, perhaps, a face, a confirmation of reality that would anchor me to the present moment. Instead, I find only words that rearrange themselves when I'm not looking directly, sentences that change meaning between one reading and the next. The photograph that might have been a woman's face, might have been an advertisement, might have been nothing more than ink bleeding across paper in patterns my mind insisted on interpreting as significant. The darkness beyond the door had texture, I remember now. Not the simple absence of light, but something more complex, a presence that made itself known through negation. When I finally gathered courage to step across the threshold, the air changed, becoming thick and somehow nourishing, like breathing through wet cloth. My eyes adjusted slowly, revealing shapes that might have been furniture or might have been something else entirely. Everything seemed designed for concealment, arranged to create shadows within shadows, hiding places for things that preferred not to be seen. I moved carefully, hands extended, feeling my way through a geography of possibility. Something crunched underfoot, glass, maybe, or dried leaves. The sound seemed impossibly loud in the muffled space, announcing my presence to whatever might be listening. I froze, waiting for response, for acknowledgement, for the terrible confirmation that I was not alone. The person in the green room set down their pen and looked at me directly. For one crystalline moment, their features came into perfect focus, eyes that held knowledge I didn't want to share, a mouth that had spoken words I couldn't bear to remember. Then the clarity dissolved, leaving only the impression of scrutiny, of judgment deferred but not abandoned. "You need to tell me what you saw," they said, and their voice carried the weight of authority, of consequences that would follow regardless of my cooperation. But what had I seen? The memory fractured each time I approached it, splintering into fragments that cut when handled carelessly. Images flashed and faded, a hand reaching from shadow, fingers pale as mushrooms, fabric that might have been clothing or might have been skin, eyes that reflected light like an animal's, watching from corners where no one should have been able to hide. Each fragment carried its own emotional charge, its own burden of meaning that I couldn't fully process. Together, they formed a mosaic of wrongness, a picture I didn't want to complete. The pieces fit together in ways that made my throat close, made my hands shake with the effort of holding them steady enough to examine. I had been looking for someone, or someone had been looking for me. The search had led to that house, that door, that moment of standing at the threshold between the known and unknowable. What I found there, or what found me, defied easy categorization, existing in the spaces between certainty and doubt. The coffee in my cup has developed a skin, a thin membrane that wrinkles when disturbed. I push it aside with a spoon and drink anyway, tasting metal and something else, something organic that makes me think of soil after rain. The liquid sits heavy in my stomach, adding to the persistent nausea that has become my constant companion. Outside, the world continues its daily performance of normalcy. Cars pass in regular intervals, their engines creating a rhythm that almost matches my heartbeat. People walk by carrying briefcases and coffee cups, their faces arranged in expressions of purpose and direction. They know where they're going, what they're supposed to be doing. They inhabit a reality with clear boundaries, predictable consequences, cause and effect linked by chains of logic I can no longer follow. The room beyond the door had been arranged for waiting. Chairs faced each other across a space too small for comfortable conversation, too large for intimacy. A table held objects I couldn't identify in the dim light, shapes that might have been decorative or functional, beautiful or terrible. Everything seemed poised on the edge of significance, pregnant with meaning that remained perpetually just out of reach. I sat in one of the chairs, though I couldn't remember making the decision to do so. The upholstery felt warm against my back, as if recently vacated. Across from me, the other chair remained empty, but somehow expectant, as if its occupant had merely stepped away and would return momentarily. Time moved differently in that space. Minutes stretched into hours, or perhaps hours compressed into seconds. I waited without knowing what I was waiting for, watched the empty chair with the intensity of prayer. Shadows shifted across the walls despite the absence of moving light sources, creating the illusion of activity in stillness. The person in the green room consulted their notes, flipping through pages covered with handwriting that seemed to multiply even as I watched. Their pen had left marks in patterns too complex for simple transcription, designs that hurt to look at directly. They found what they were looking for and looked up at me with renewed focus. "Tell me about the other person," they said. Other person, the words hit like physical blows, confirming something I had been trying not to acknowledge. There had been someone else, hadn't there? In the room, in the house, in the car with the cooling coffee. A presence that made itself known through absence, through the negative space where a person should have been. I remembered breathing that wasn't my own, the sound of it filling the waiting room like tide filling a tidal pool. Slow, deliberate, patient in ways that suggested infinite time, infinite willingness to continue the vigil. The empty chair across from me seemed to indent slightly, as if bearing invisible weight. When I spoke to acknowledge this presence, my voice emerged as barely a whisper, absorbed by the room's strange acoustics until I couldn't be sure I had made any sound at all. But something responded not with words, but with a shift in the quality of silence, a change in the texture of waiting that suggested attention, recognition, perhaps even approval. The newspapers in front of me now seemed to pulse with their own rhythm, headlines shifting like living things. I searched them for confirmation, for some external verification of events that feel increasingly dreamlike. Instead, I find stories that mirror my own confusion, reports of missing persons, unsolved disappearances, investigations that laid nowhere and everywhere simultaneously. One article describes a house found empty, its occupants vanished without explanation. The description matches my memory of the place beyond the blue door, though the details are vague enough to apply to countless similar structures. Police found no signs of struggle, no indication of where the residents might have gone. Their belongings remained undisturbed, as if they had simply stepped out for a moment and forgotten to return. Another story tells of witnesses who can't agree on what they saw, whose testimonies contradict not only each other but themselves. Each retelling changes crucial details, adding elements that weren't there before, subtracting others that seemed central to the narrative. The investigators express frustration with the unreliability of human memory, the way trauma can fracture recollection into incompatible fragments. I fold the papers and set them aside, but their words continue to echo in my mind, mixing with my own uncertain recollections, until I can no longer distinguish between what I experienced and what I've read. The boundaries between my story and these printed accounts blur like watercolors in rain, creating new patterns of meaning that might be more true than any individual version. The waiting room had no windows, but somehow light filtered in from sources I couldn't identify. It fell in patterns that seemed designed rather than accidental, highlighting certain objects while leaving others in shadow. The arrangement felt deliberate, as if someone had choreographed the interplay of illumination and darkness for maximum effect. I found myself studying these patterns, looking for messages encoded in their geometry. The light seemed to pulse with the rhythm of the breathing that filled the space, brightening and dimming in sync with inhalations and exhalations that might have been my own, or might have belonged to the invisible occupant of the empty chair. Time passed, how much time I couldn't say. Enough for the light to shift, for shadows to rearrange themselves into new configurations. Enough for my awareness to expand beyond the immediate moment, to encompass the house around the room, the neighborhood around the house, the wider world that continued its existence despite my temporary removal from it. The person in the green room had been writing continuously, their pen moving across page after page with mechanical precision. When they finally stopped, the silence felt profound, loaded with implications I didn't want to explore. They set the pen aside and leaned back in their chair, studying me with eyes that seemed to see more than I was showing. "You're not telling me everything," they said, and it wasn't a question. Of course I wasn't. How could I? The complete truth existed in spaces between words, in the gaps where language failed to capture the full complexity of experience. What I had seen, felt, understood in that waiting room transcended simple description, requiring a vocabulary that didn't exist in any conventional sense. But I tried. I told them about the chair that held invisible weight, about the breathing that might have been mine or might have been something else's. I described the light that moved without apparent source, the shadows that rearranged themselves according to hidden purpose. I spoke of waiting without knowing what I was waiting for, of being watched by eyes I couldn't see. They wrote it all down, their pen moving in patterns that seemed too complex for my simple words. Occasionally they would pause, looking up at me with expressions I couldn't read, then return to their note-taking with renewed intensity. The yellow pad filled with marks that might have been letters or might have been something else entirely. The nausea in my chest intensifies as I remember this exchange, the way my words seemed to take on lives of their own once spoken. In the green room, they hung in the air like smoke, visible and substantial, arranging themselves into shapes that conveyed meanings I hadn't intended. The person across from me seemed to read these aerial texts with fluency, understanding implications that escaped my own comprehension. My coffee cup sits empty now, though I don't remember finishing its contents. The ceramic feels cold against my palm, as if it's been sitting unused for hours. Around me, the room maintains its careful normalcy, furniture in appropriate places, light falling in predictable patterns, the clock on the wall ticking with mechanical regularity. But underneath this surface order, I sense the same wrongness that has haunted me since that night, that interview, that moment of sitting in a waiting room with an invisible companion. Reality feels thin here, stretched over depths I don't want to explore. Every familiar object seems poised to reveal its true nature, to drop the mask of ordinariness and show me what lies beneath. The waiting finally ended, though I can't pinpoint the moment of transition. One instant I was sitting in a chair, watching shadows dance across walls, listening to breathing that might have been mine. The next, I was standing in the doorway, looking back at a room that seemed smaller than I remembered, less significant than it had felt while I was inside it. The empty chair faced me across the diminished space, no longer expectant but somehow satisfied, as if its vigil had reached a natural conclusion. The breathing had stopped, leaving behind a silence so complete it hurt my ears. The light had changed too, becoming harsh and clinical, revealing details I hadn't noticed before. Or perhaps revealing the absence of details I thought I had seen. I backed away from the doorway, pulling the small door closed behind me. It shut with a sound like a sigh, final and somehow relieved. The larger house around me felt different now, less staged, more genuinely inhabited. As if my time in the waiting room had somehow activated it, brought it to life in ways that would persist long after my departure. The person in the green room closed their notebook and stood, the interview apparently concluded. They moved with the brisk efficiency of someone accustomed to such encounters, gathering their materials with practiced ease. Before leaving, they paused at the door and looked back at me with an expression I couldn't interpret. "You'll need to stay available," they said, "in case we have more questions." Available, the word carried implications that made my stomach clench. Available for what? For whom? The green room suddenly felt smaller, its walls pressing closer with each breath I took. I nodded agreement, though I wasn't sure what I was agreeing to, what obligations I was accepting. They left, taking their yellow pad and its incomprehensible notes with them. I remained in the metal chair, staring at the space where they had been, trying to process what had just occurred. The fluorescent lights hummed overhead with renewed intensity, casting everything in the harsh clarity that made concealment impossible. But what was there to conceal? I had told them everything I could remember, shared every detail that seemed relevant. The gaps in my recollection weren't deliberate omissions, but genuine absences, spaces where memory simply failed to function. I couldn't be held responsible for what I didn't know, couldn't be blamed for the limitations of human consciousness. Could I? The question follows me back to the present moment, to this room with its newspapers and cold coffee, its clock that ticks with suspicious regularity. Outside, the world continues its performance of normalcy, but I no longer trust the show. Too much has shifted. Too many certainties have revealed themselves as illusions built on foundations of collective agreement rather than objective truth. I stand and walk to the window, looking out at streets that might be the same ones I walked that night, might be entirely different. The geography of my experience has become unreliable, subject to revision without notice. Places I thought I knew reveal themselves as strangers, while unfamiliar locations feel haunted by the ghosts of recognition. A figure walks past on the sidewalk below, moving with purpose I envy. For a moment their gait seems familiar, their posture reminiscent of someone I should remember but can't quite place. They pause at the corner, looking up at my window with eyes that might be seeking connection or might be seeing nothing at all. Our gazes meet across the distance, and something passes between us, recognition, perhaps, or its opposite. The moment stretches beyond its natural duration, becoming significant through sheer persistence. Then they turn away and continue walking, leaving me with the impression of an encounter that might have been meaningful or might have been entirely imaginary. I return to my chair, to the newspapers with their shifting headlines, to the persistent wrongness that has taken up permanent residence in my chest. The waiting continues, though I'm no longer sure what I'm waiting for. Resolution, perhaps, understanding, or simply the courage to stop asking questions whose answers might be more disturbing than ignorance. The clock on the wall ticks twice, then pauses, and I realize I'm back where I started, caught in a loop that might be memory or might be happening now. Time has become unreliable, folding back on itself like origami made from moments instead of paper. I watch the shadows shift across the floor, creating patterns that might be meaningful or might be nothing more than the random play of light through blinds. Somewhere in a room I may or may not have visited, a chair waits with infinite patience for an occupant who may or may not return. The breathing has stopped, but the silence it left behind continues to echo, a negative sound that fills spaces I didn't know existed. And in a green room with fluorescent lights and metal furniture, notes written in incomprehensible patterns wait to be decoded by eyes that see more than they should. The nausea persists, patient as a tide, rising and falling with rhythms I can't predict or control. It carries with it the taste of truth I'm not ready to swallow, knowledge that would change everything if I could bring myself to acknowledge it fully. For now, I carry it like a stone in my chest, heavy and undigested, a weight that reminds me of my own unreliable nature. The newspapers rustle in a breeze I can't feel, their pages turning to stories I haven't read yet, headlines announcing events that may or may not have occurred. I reach for them again, searching for answers in print that shifts and changes even as I watch, looking for confirmation in a medium that seems as unreliable as my own memory. But perhaps that's the point. Perhaps reliability was always an illusion. a comfortable fiction we tell ourselves to make sense of experiences that transcend simple explanation. Perhaps the truth exists not in the solid facts we can verify, but in the spaces between certainty and doubt, in the moments when reality reveals its fundamental instability. I close my eyes and listen to the clock's irregular rhythm, feeling the wrongness pulse in time with my heartbeat. When I open them again, the room will be the same or different. The newspapers will tell the same stories or new ones. The figure on the sidewalk will have moved on or will still be watching from the corner. All possibilities exist simultaneously until the moment of story 9. It wasn't unusual for the garage door to be ajar when I came back in the evenings. The wind had a tendency to catch it just so, or maybe the latch never held quite right. The neighbor's dog would sometimes wander in, leaving paw prints that seemed to lead nowhere. There was a stack of newspapers in the corner, arranged in an order I couldn't quite recall, but familiar nonetheless. The air always hinted at something unspoken, a presence unnoticed but steady. I noted the light in the attic flickered again, casting odd shadows on the floor. As I turned away, I left the door exactly as I found it. The coffee cup trembles in my hands now as I stare at the same corner where those newspapers once sat. The stack is gone, has been for weeks or maybe months. Time moves differently when you're trying to remember what you're trying to forget. I found myself touching the garage door handle this morning, running my fingers along the worn metal where someone else's hands had gripped it. The paint was chipped there, small flakes that caught under my fingernails. I wondered if the police had dusted it for prints back then, back when there was still something to dust for. The detective had small hands, I remember that clearly, or think I do. She held her pen like a surgeon holds a scalpel, precise and careful. Her questions came in waves, gentle at first, then insistent. You said the door was always open. Ajar, not open, there's a difference. Was there? I couldn't answer that then, still can't. The thing about memory is how it betrays you in the smallest ways. I remember the smell of rain on concrete that evening, but the weather reports I found later showed clear skies for 3 days straight. I remember the neighbor's dog, a golden retriever with a limp in his left hind leg, but when I asked about him weeks later, they looked at me strangely. They'd never owned a dog. The newspapers, that's what started it all, though I didn't know it at the time. Local sections folded inward, sports pages on top. Someone had circled certain words in red ink, not articles, just individual words scattered across different pages. Found, missing, Tuesday, blue. I told the detective about the circles, about how they seemed random but felt intentional. She wrote it down in that careful script of hers, but I could see the skepticism in the way her eyebrows drew together. Did you keep the papers? I thought I did. Thought. I meant to. I remember putting them in a box, but when I looked later, the box was empty. The box was still empty when I checked this morning. Cardboard corners softened with age, a faint smell of newsprint lingering inside like a ghost of purpose. There are things I know and things I think I know, and the space between them has grown wider with each passing day. The attic light still flickers. I've changed the bulb 4 times, had an electrician check the wiring twice. He found nothing wrong, just old connections that should work but somehow don't, not quite right. The shadows it casts have a weight to them. They fall across the garage floor in patterns that seem almost deliberate, like someone is moving around up there, slow and careful. But the attic is empty. I've checked. I check often. She disappeared on a Tuesday. That much is certain, documented in reports I've read so many times the words have lost their meaning. Her car was found 3 blocks away, keys still in the ignition, purse on the passenger seat. No signs of struggle, no signs of anything really. I knew her, though not well. We'd spoken maybe a dozen times, passing conversations about weather and neighborhood concerns. She had a way of tilting her head when she listened, like she was trying to catch something just beyond hearing. Her hair was brown or maybe dark blonde. The photos in the newspaper made it hard to tell. The detective asked if I'd noticed anything unusual about her behavior in the days before she vanished. I said no, but that wasn't entirely true. There had been something, a quality to the way she moved through the world those last few days, like she was looking over her shoulder without actually turning around. She seemed nervous, I told the detective during our second interview. Nervous how? Like she was expecting something or someone. Did she say anything specific? Not to me. But there had been something, a conversation I'd overheard while taking out the trash, her voice carrying across the driveway in the still evening air. She was on her phone, pacing in tight circles on her front porch. I don't think you understand, she was saying. This isn't something I can just ignore. A pause, the sound of her shoes on wooden boards. No, I won't be there Tuesday. I can't be there Tuesday. Tuesday, the word circled in red ink on newspapers that may or may not have existed. I tried to tell the detective about this conversation, but the details kept shifting each time I repeated them. Sometimes she said she couldn't be there. Sometimes she said she wouldn't. Sometimes the day was Thursday, not Tuesday. Memory is like water, taking the shape of whatever container you pour it into. The investigation stalled after 6 weeks. No new leads, no new evidence. The detective stopped returning my calls, though I'm not sure what I would have told her anyway. Just the same fragments, rearranged and reinterpreted, like trying to solve a puzzle with pieces that might belong to different pictures entirely. I drive by her house sometimes. New owners moved in after a few months. They've painted the porch, planted flowers where she used to pace while talking on the phone. The house looks smaller now, diminished somehow, as if her absence has compressed the space she used to occupy. The garage door sticks now in a different way. I had it fixed, but it still doesn't close properly. There's a gap at the bottom where the light gets in, or maybe where something else gets out. I've learned to live with it, this imperfection that refuses to be corrected. Last week I found a photograph wedged behind the workbench. It had been there long enough for the edges to curl, the colors to fade. A woman standing in front of a house I didn't recognize, her face turned slightly away from the camera. She was wearing a blue dress, or maybe it was the sky behind her that was blue. The photo was too faded to tell. I showed it to the neighbors, asked if they recognized her. They studied it with the polite attention people give to strangers' vacation photos, but their faces remained blank. One of them suggested it might have been left by the previous owner, though I'd lived in this house for years before she disappeared. The detective retired 6 months ago. I found this out by accident, calling the station about something else entirely. The officer who answered the phone was young, unfamiliar with the case. He offered to connect me with someone else, but what would be the point? The questions I have now aren't the kind that can be answered by evidence or testimony. At night, when the wind is right, I can hear sounds from the garage. Not footsteps exactly, but a kind of settling, like someone arranging things that don't want to stay arranged. I've gone out to check, flashlight in hand, but I never find anything disturbed, just the usual clutter, shadows that retreat from the light and reform in new configurations when I turn away. The newspaper delivery stopped coming to my address. I didn't cancel it, didn't move, but one day it simply wasn't there anymore. When I called to complain, they had no record of my subscription, no record of my address, as if I'd never existed in their system at all. I buy papers at the store now, different ones each time. I spread them across the kitchen table and look for patterns, for words that might mean something when connected, but the circles aren't there anymore. Maybe they never were. Maybe I drew them myself and forgot, the way you forget dreams that feel more real than waking. The photograph has started to fade even more. Her face is becoming indistinct, features blurring into suggestion rather than definition. Soon she'll be just a shape in a blue dress, or a woman-shaped absence against a sky that might have been any color at all. I think about time differently now, not as a line moving forward, but as a circle that keeps bringing you back to the same places, the same questions, the same flickering light in an attic that should be empty but somehow isn't. The past doesn't stay in the past. It seeps through the cracks like water, like light through a garage door that won't quite close. There was something else the detective asked me during our last conversation, something I've been trying to remember or trying to forget. She leaned forward in her chair, her small hands folded on the table between us. "Are you sure you didn't know her better than you're saying?" "I'm not sure of anything anymore." "That's not an answer. It's the only answer I have." But that wasn't true either. I did have other answers, other memories that didn't fit the story I was telling or the story I was trying to believe. Fragments of conversation that seemed too intimate for neighbors who barely knew each other. The way she looked at me sometimes, like she was waiting for me to remember something I'd forgotten. The box in my closet holds other things now, not newspapers, but items I can't quite account for. A key that doesn't fit any lock in my house. A receipt from a restaurant I've never been to, dated the day before she disappeared. A piece of paper with my phone number written in handwriting that isn't mine. These things appeared gradually over weeks and months. I would find them in pockets, between couch cushions, tucked inside books I hadn't opened in years. Each discovery brought a moment of recognition, followed immediately by confusion, like seeing your reflection in a mirror that shouldn't be there. The neighbors have stopped asking about the investigation. When her name comes up in conversation, which happens less and less often, they speak of her in the past tense with the casual certainty of people who have moved on. But moving on implies there was somewhere to move from, some solid ground of understanding that I never found. I've started leaving the garage door open at night, not ajar but fully open, an invitation or a surrender. The morning light reveals nothing new, just the same arrangement of shadows and dust, the same sense of something having happened just out of sight. The attic light burned out again last night. This time I didn't replace it. The darkness feels more honest somehow, less deceptive than the intermittent illumination that showed me things I couldn't trust myself to see. She's still missing, of course. The case remains open, though I suspect it exists now only as a file number in a computer database, a few pages of reports that no one reads. But missing implies she was somewhere to begin with, and I'm no longer certain that was ever true. Maybe she was just a collection of moments that felt like a person. Maybe we all are. Maybe the garage door was never broken, and the newspapers were never there, and the detective with small hands was just another fragment of a story I've been telling myself to make sense of something that was never meant to make sense. The coffee has gone cold in my hands. Outside, the wind is picking up, and I can hear it testing the garage door, looking for the weakness in the latch that will let it swing open. I should go close it properly, but I know I won't. I'll leave it exactly as it is, exactly as I found it, exactly as it needs to be for this story to continue telling itself. In the morning, there will be new shadows, new arrangements of possibility. And I'll stand in the doorway between certainty and doubt, between memory and imagination, watching the light flicker in spaces that should be empty but somehow never are. Story 10. I stood motionless at the window, the curtains barely stirred by the night air outside. The breeze, which should have rustled the fabric, held its breath instead, settling into an unnatural stillness. My eyes traced the edges of the glass where condensation should have pooled, but the pane remained dry, reflecting nothing but the dim light overhead. Somewhere in the room, a clock ticked a second out of sync, a sound that should have comforted the silence but only deepened it. Just when I thought the night had revealed its final secret, the soft rattle came again, but this time it sounded from a space where nothing should move. I knew what had happened that night. The certainty sat in my chest like a stone I'd carried for months, smooth and familiar from constant handling. My sister had taken the pills, all of them. The bottle I'd found empty on her nightstand told the story clearly enough, along with the note she'd left folded beneath it. Her handwriting, careful and deliberate, explaining how tired she'd become of fighting the darkness that lived inside her head. The investigation lasted 3 weeks. The detective, a woman with kind eyes and calloused hands, asked all the right questions. Had my sister seemed depressed? Yes. Had she talked about ending her life before, once or twice in passing, the way people sometimes do when they're overwhelmed? Were there any signs of struggle in her bedroom? None. The window had been closed, the door unlocked from the inside. Her body lay peaceful on the bed, still wearing the blue pajamas I'd given her for her birthday. The coroner's report confirmed what everyone already knew. The pills in her system matched the prescription bottle. The handwriting analysis verified the note as hers. Case closed. Death by suicide. The detective shook my hand and offered her condolences, and I thanked her for being thorough. But now, standing in her old room 6 months later, I heard that rattle again. It had started the night I'd moved back into our childhood home, the house we'd inherited together after our parents died. I'd been packing her belongings, deciding what to keep and what to donate when I first noticed the sound. A gentle shake like pills in a bottle coming from somewhere near the window. I'd searched everywhere, under the bed, behind the dresser, inside the closet, nothing. The sound came irregularly. Sometimes I'd go days without hearing it. Other times, like tonight, it seemed to follow me around the house, always just out of reach, always from a direction that made no sense. I pulled my attention back to the window, studying the frame more carefully than I had before. The wood looked solid, painted white like the rest of the trim, but as I ran my fingers along the edges, I felt something unexpected. A slight give in one section, as if the wood had warped or loosened over time. That's when I remembered something the detective had mentioned in passing. She'd noted that the window in my sister's room had been painted shut, probably for years. The layers of paint had sealed it closed, making it impossible to open from either side. I'd filed that detail away as unimportant at the time. After all, my sister hadn't jumped. She'd taken pills. But now I found myself wondering why I'd never questioned that detail more closely. Why had the window been painted shut? When had that happened? Our parents had been meticulous about home maintenance. They would never have intentionally sealed a window closed, especially not in a bedroom. I pressed my palm against the glass, feeling for any movement, any looseness in the frame. The window held firm, but something about the paint around the edges looked wrong in the lamplight. Too fresh, too clean, as if it had been touched up recently, not left to age and yellow like the rest of the trim in the house. My sister had always been particular about fresh air. Even as a child, she'd insisted on sleeping with her window cracked open, claiming the circulating air helped her breathe better. She'd lived in this room for 3 months before her death, staying with me while she recovered from losing her job. In all that time, she'd never once mentioned that her window wouldn't open. The rattle came again, definitely from the direction of the window this time. I pressed my ear against the glass, listening. Nothing but the sound of my own heartbeat. But when I stepped back, I noticed something I'd somehow missed before. A small gap between the window frame and the wall, barely visible unless you were looking at just the right angle. I fetched a flashlight from the kitchen drawer and shined it into the gap. The beam revealed a narrow space, perhaps an inch wide, running along the left side of the window frame, and there, caught in a spider web, was a small orange pill. My hands shook as I used a butter knife to fish it out. The pill was dusty but intact, and I recognized it immediately. The same medication my sister had been prescribed for anxiety, the same pills she'd supposedly taken to end her life. But if she'd swallowed all the pills in the bottle, how had this one ended up wedged behind the window frame? I sat on her bed, turning the pill over in my palm. The certainty I'd carried for months began to crack like ice under warm water. I thought about the night I'd found her. I'd been working late, didn't get home until after midnight. Her bedroom door had been closed, which wasn't unusual. She'd been keeping to herself more in those final weeks, sleeping odd hours, staying up late watching old movies on her laptop. I hadn't checked on her that night. Why would I? We'd shared a quiet dinner earlier, talked about her plans to start looking for work again the following week. She'd seemed tired but not despondent. Certainly not like someone planning to die. I'd found her the next morning when she didn't come down for coffee. Knocked on her door, got no answer, turned the handle. The door opened easily. No lock, no barricade, nothing to suggest she'd wanted to ensure she wouldn't be disturbed. The detective had explained that many people who die by suicide don't barricade themselves in. They simply take the pills and wait. But my sister had always been someone who thought through every detail, who planned ahead, who left nothing to chance. If she'd truly wanted to die, wouldn't she have taken steps to make sure she wouldn't be found in time to be saved? I walked back to the window, studying the painted frame with new eyes. The paint job looked professional, smooth and even. Not the kind of hurried touch-up someone might do to cover evidence, but careful work that would have taken time to complete properly. Time, that was another detail that had never quite fit. The coroner estimated my sister had died sometime between 10 and midnight, but I'd been home by 12:30, and I would have heard if someone had been in the house painting. The smell alone would have been noticeable. Unless the window had been painted before that night, days before, maybe even weeks. I thought about my sister's final weeks, trying to remember if she'd mentioned anything about the window, about contractors, about anyone coming to the house while I was at work. She'd been home most days, applying for jobs online, watching television, reading. Surely she would have mentioned if someone had been doing work on her room. Unless she hadn't known about it. The thought came unbidden and unwelcome. I pushed it away, but it lingered like smoke. Who would have access to the house besides my sister and me? Who would have reason to seal her window shut? I'd given a spare key to exactly 3 people. My neighbor, an elderly woman who occasionally watered our plants when we traveled. The handyman who'd helped us with various repairs since we'd inherited the house, and my sister's ex-boyfriend who'd helped her move her belongings into the room. The neighbor was 83 years old and could barely manage her own home maintenance. The handyman was a possibility, but he'd always been reliable and professional. That left the ex-boyfriend. They dated for 2 years before breaking up the previous spring. The split had been acrimonious, with accusations and hurt feelings on both sides. He'd accused my sister of being unstable, of threatening to hurt herself whenever they fought. She'd accused him of being controlling, of monitoring her movements and isolating her from friends. I'd never liked him much, but I tried to stay neutral for my sister's sake. After the breakup, she'd seemed relieved, lighter somehow. She'd thrown herself into her work, made plans to travel, talked about starting fresh. The depression that eventually cost her the job hadn't set in until months later. Or at least, that's what I'd thought at the time. Now I found myself remembering smaller details. The way my sister had startled whenever the phone rang during those final weeks. How she'd taken to checking the locks on the doors multiple times before bed. The morning I'd found her sitting at the kitchen table at dawn, still in yesterday's clothes, claiming she'd been too restless to sleep. When I'd asked if something was bothering her, she'd shrugged and said she'd been having strange dreams. Dreams about being trapped, about windows that wouldn't open, about running out of air. I'd attributed it to job stress and the general anxiety that had been plaguing her for months. But what if it hadn't been dreams at all? What if someone had been in the house, in her room, while she slept? What if she'd been aware on some level that her window had been sealed shut, that her escape route had been cut off? The rattle came again, louder this time. I followed the sound around the room, pressing my ear to walls, opening drawers, moving furniture. Finally, I traced it to the heating vent near the floor. When I unscrewed the grate, more pills spilled out, dozens of them scattered across the ductwork like confetti. My sister's prescription bottle had contained 60 pills. The coroner had found evidence of 37 in her system. I'd assumed she'd taken them all at once, that the bottle had been full when she'd made her final decision. But now, counting the pills I'd found hidden throughout the room, I realized the bottle might have been nearly empty already. Someone had been taking her medication, slowly over time replacing the missing pills with something else, something that looked similar but wasn't the same. And on the night she died, when she'd reached for what she thought were her anxiety pills, she'd swallowed something entirely different. The question was whether she'd known what she was taking, whether she'd chosen death, or whether death had chosen her. I sat back on my heels, surrounded by the evidence I'd uncovered, and realized I didn't know my sister as well as I'd thought. I didn't know who she'd been afraid of in those final weeks, or why she'd never told me about the strange dreams, or whether the fear in her eyes during those last conversations had been about ending her life or about having it taken from her. The rattle had stopped, but the silence felt heavier now, full of questions I might never be able to answer. Outside, the wind picked up, pressing against the sealed window, seeking entry to a room that had been designed to keep everything out, or perhaps to keep someone in. I gathered the pills into a small pile, evidence of something I couldn't yet name. Tomorrow I would call the detective, show her what I'd found, ask her to reopen the case. But tonight I would sit in my sister's room and listen to the sounds the house made when it thought no one was paying attention. Because I was beginning to understand that the truth about that night wasn't something I could carry like a stone in my chest. It was something alive and shifting, something that rattled in hidden spaces, something that revealed itself only when you stopped believing you already knew what it was. The clock ticked its off-rhythm beat, marking time that felt suspended between certainty and doubt. And in that space between seconds, I heard my sister's voice, not in memory but in the present moment, whispering a question I wasn't sure I was ready to answer. What if you're not the person you think you are?